Hey folks, how do? It is Friday. Yep. Yes, tomorrow is indeed Saturday. Well noticed. That is the order it tends to go in, Tibbs. You are not wrong. I assume your job is aware that this is happening and this isn't an out of the blue. Haha, surprise, I'm out of here, fuckers. Smacked myself in the ear with my guitar. What the hell? And you know everything's going well when this is what's open on in my browser at the moment. Yay! Yeah, because of the thunderstorm warnings and getting prepared to have to fight my case of no guys, if there's lightning, we don't play. We are outside in a marquee with 240 volt electrical equipment. If there's lightning within like 10 kilometers, we don't play at all. That's it. The kit does not get set up. And people aren't going to like that if it has to happen. But I need to be prepared to turn around and go, no, this isn't just me being paranoid. Here's a document that literally says, hey, this is how you should handle outdoor events when lightning is present. Also, by the way, here's your legal requirements as an event organizer to ensure the public is safe. Yeah, here's the health and safety standards that no, you don't just get to ignore. Here's the shit that, like, if this stuff goes wrong, basically means I can sue you for you making us play. And you will be liable for anything that happens. Not a nice way to go about it, but unfortunately, I'm expecting pushback. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Fingers crossed, not a thing. But I am expecting some pushback. Indeed, Bearful. Like, you know, but this is moving into public liability territory. You don't mess with that. Don't do something dumb. Especially as that's where we're going to be. And what do you not see in the local vicinity? We're in this field. Anything taller than us. You're in the middle of that field, you're a lightning rod. The only thing that's going to be tall enough to attract lightning otherwise are the lamps around. And I'm willing to bet that those are grounded. So, yeah, basically, I am preparing myself to say no. I'm preparing myself to say, nope, this doesn't happen. Which is a shit thing to do when it's a charity event, and for a small local charity, but... Where is it? Somewhere in here is a description of the different types of lightning strike. Hey Bevel, yep, good evening. Although, I'm not sure about the 80% of lightning strikes go from ground to air thing. They might appear that way, visually, but the ground isn't the charged bit. However they visually appear, it is very much still charge from sky, reaching ground. Well. Yeah, I think if you've been struck by lightning like 8 times, you are just cursed. Please stay away from friends, family, children, and electrical equipment. Although there are definitely places you could go to try and increase the chances of that happening. I mean, not everywhere has an equal number of lightning strikes. My argument to psychological issues felt persecuted by the universe is, no, dude. If you were being persecuted by the universe, the first one would have killed you. Surviving 8 is not persecution. That's the opposite. Yeah, again, I understand feeling picked on, but you survived multiple lightning strikes and being attacked by a bear. That's not persecution. Any one of those could have just killed you outright instantly, including the bear. Well, that sucks, but yeah. I mean, yeah, the lightning bolt-shaped scar that has come from the lightning bolt-shaped burns across your entire body. Yeah, you get the scar, but you've got to live through the bit first. Where on earth were we at? Oh yeah, we just killed a bunch of guys, hadn't we? They'd shown up at our gates with a bunch of weapons and stuff, tried to hurt us. We didn't let them. Names? No, you don't get names. I do names when I want to do names. It's very simple, Wolf. Alright, you are a scientist in a laboratory and you are doing drugs testing. Do you give the mice names? No, you don't, because if you give the mice names, you get attached to them. Hey, who could? In the long run, the goal is for people not to be dying in the colony at all, but let's be real, that's not actually going to happen, is it? That's not a thing that happens in RimWorld. The question is just how many casualties. Yes, we were at an awkward spot, if I remember correctly, that they're not getting much work done because the base is sort of a bit big. Oh yeah, yeah. Cheeky. That's assuming I've got any surface level machinery. I think there was some over here, wasn't there? This area, at least. Ah. Suppose we could get rid of some of the bodies. It claims there are multiple visible squares of it here, but I'm not sure I believe you. "100 dead colonists by end of game" is a bit of a brutal goal. What sort of colony am I running here? Oh, it's a Shackman. Murder all the folks. No, 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 no. We'll go for 100 people killed as opposed to 100 people dead in the colony. Welcome, Raiders. We have only just got started. Speaking of which, somewhere in here, I believe we can find statistics. Yes. Macintosh has already killed 83 animals and 27 humans and 5 mechanoids. Good luck, Lydia. Yes. Human likes are their way of describing things like, for example, that also include vampires. Because a vampire is not a human, it is a human like. Why are we all... Oh, right, I literally went to bed directly following the raid then. Because people haven't even been let out again yet. Oh, because a humanoid does not have to be living at all. A robot is humanoid. A cyborg is humanoid. Are they people? Yes. Why do we want nuclear stomach? I'm confused. Vamps are immune to cancer. Halves her food need. Oh, I see. Yep, got you. Yeah, because Macintosh, we turned Macintosh into a super vampire, and the food decay rate is actually kind of ridiculous. She eats 175% of what a normal colonist does. Yeah, we're working towards it. I think at the moment I'm doing washing machines because I want this armor. Someone came by and was kind enough to drop us off some selection of marine armor. And some helmets even, and I want them. But they're not going to wear them at the moment because they're tainted. So washing machines, and then we'll clean them up, and then we'll have armor. And that'll be good. Mac is back to needing death rest again. As everyone else is clear, I'm not about to go off on a mission or do anything weird, so Mac probably can just go and death rest. And November is no longer a baby. But should probably be kept inside. Do we have any clothes for the baby? Or for the not baby? One would assume that if we do, it's kiddo is immediately going to... No, we don't, do we? Okay. Kid shirts and pants. Don't think there's such a thing as a kid duster, is there? No, it's a parka only, and we don't want a parka because parka is heat. I'm not sure I want them to vomit if exposed to EMP attacks, but then any bionic is somewhat vulnerable to EMP, so... Oh, interesting. And immediately, the 14-year-old is teaching the 3-year-old how to use an SMG. Whereas, as you've noticed, Zook, well, Holiday's got an LMG, and Svetlana used to run around with the smoke grenade launcher. I am quite happy to get my kids into combat. Let's go. You're not here to sit around, kiddo. You're here to train. And that's why, by the time they're 14, you know, they're starting to get their skills up a little bit. They're actually sort of useful. What are you wearing? Where'd you get the recon armor from? I mean, nice, but where did you get it from? Won't say no. Oh, interesting, Papa Tim. I didn't know that. Yes, we should have leftover helmets still, so November should be... oh, no, that's a... You don't have a bed, do you? I gave away all the beds. Oh. Like, you don't even have a bedroom, let alone a bed. Huh. I don't think this through particularly well. Alright, Operation More Bedrooms it is. How tall were these? 6. How's everything? Not amazing. Well, yeah, again. I have this open in the background. That should sort of give you a vague idea where we're at the moment. No one in the band is yet to respond to my ultimatum I sent, basically saying, look, if there's lightning, we're not playing. But they'll get there eventually, I guess. Well, how about this? How about we go the other way and we take the easier approach, Trench, and we guide the people away from the lightning? As opposed to attempting to guide the lightning, which I think is quite a lot more difficult. Weird thought, I know, but, you know, I am thinking that might be the way to go. I mean, hell, you must have had lightning guidance for what you were doing previously. I'm pretty damn certain that when there was lightning, they just said, nah, you're not going up the pole. Can you equip a gun yet? You can. You probably can't use it, but... what should we start our 3-year-old off with? We got an LMG. Oh, it's biocoded. All right, then. Hand grenades it is. Give the 3-year-old the frag grenades. Yeah. The biocoded one that I already checked. Yes. Oh, wait, that one. No. I see. You're suggesting. All right, all right. We'll give her an LMG instead. The LMG weirdly does make sense. The more times they shoot, the more opportunities they have to raise their skill level at shooting. And so... giving the kid an LMG is actually weirdly sensible. Clean up a little bit. Get the sterile tiles down in the kitchen. And I guess cancel progress up that direction for now. I want people mining on the bedroom so we can get people into actual beds ASAP. And we're out of components for the next geothermal. Thankfully, we're not entirely in need of it. We can fully charge our batteries, but like they're like ever so slightly discharging. Depending on how much kit I have turned on. Hey. And we did not set November's schedule to be entirely recreation, as it should be. Nor have we modified Sep's overnight one into something more sensible. Why are you getting extra sleep over everyone else? Because you're a night owl, and that means you kind of want to be asleep throughout the whole day. Fair. I could do. Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't really have a good spot for a shelf, but yeah. At the moment, I don't think we're... Beauty in this room is not exactly a thing, because it's not. It just isn't. But in the long run, yeah, you're probably right. I should probably shelf that in some way, shape, or form. Which means I probably want to move those statues. Good luck, Trench. Hence the second picture today. Got you. Okay. There. Wall that. Door that. Floor that. Another bed. Another dresser. Full bedroom shenanigans. Why would I be making bricks at all? I'm confused, sir. Unless you're talking about stone, in which case we have been producing it since episode 1. Hence how half the base is made out of sandstone. Did you just put on tainted? Okay. Interesting. You're also affected by toxic buildup. From where? Anyone else getting it? Yeah, everyone's getting it. Where is this toxic buildup coming from? Is it just being near... Osprey did have tox packs. Is it... well, I suppose I need to watch and see if it's going down or up. Not a fan about that. Huh. What else has happened? That turned itself off, I think, when people were moved or something, because we're out of hemogen. We have no blood. I do not see a smokestack factory icon. Ah, yes I do. I do now. Yeah, okay, so there is no Toxic anything on the map. This was left over from that raid. Cool. I just didn't want there to be something out there that I hadn't spotted. You know, Scaria corpse or something like that they were just running past over and over again. It was not impossible that that was what was going on. Okay, we do have someone is doing the blood. We got more vampires in, and I didn't add the extra 2 prisoners to the list. Double check legs. Yep, no one has any legs, good stuff. Seven desperate refugees are approaching. Their leader is called Jules. They claim to have escaped an organ harvesting operation. Jules begs for your permission to stay at the crater for 5 days so that they can rest and regroup. In return, they offer to work and fight for free during that time. You make them happy, some of them will offer to join you. They may also reward you later for helping them. There's no way to know their true intentions. These refugees are not part of any faction. If you wish, you can choose to kill, arrest, sell, or harvest them without diplomatic consequences. Oh, dudes. You've just escaped an organ harvesting operation and decided to come knock on the door of the local blood farm instead. That is unfortunate. I mean, I gotta be honest with you, if I was wandering through the, oh yes, this colony needs tons of food, the kids are not helping either, and then, like, actually think about how many colonists we've got, because we have 6 prisoners to feed as well. There's a reason my priority, my bill for the meals is set to 200. No, I don't. Stephen, are desperate to backseat, and yet so frequently wrong. Why would I have room for more when am I not going to just want to put in... Where are they? Vitals monitors, 1 per bed. So I need a space next to every bed. This has been thought through, Stephen. Don't worry about it. No, I think they actually... So, while they will connect to more than 1 bed, the vitals monitor itself, I think, only applies to 1 bed at a time. Yes, but if I put them on the foot end, and then I fill the gaps with beds, and they've all got vital monitors at the foot, how do you get to the bed? There's no spot now for the person, for the doctor. Yeah, TVs in there would be a good idea, but I don't have television researched yet. So, I don't have TVs. So, they can have a TV when everyone else gets a TV. Until then, we'll send the kids in for entertainment. Yeah, in reality, I don't actually have enough room in this room for 4 beds. I've only got room for 3, but I am planning on digging out this remaining bit and twisting these these beds so they're vertical instead of horizontal. How on earth can you fit 8 beds per monitor if the monitor needs to be next to the head of the bed? There's no arrangement that allows you to do that. And what I am researching right now is washing machines so that I can make use of the tainted armor and stuff that enemies are giving to us. We are also, as we are starting to make it, going to... Blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Under here. Start making use of the fertilizer we're building, or we're making. We out of graves? Yeah, of course we are. That explains a lot. That explains why bodies are just hanging around. Yeah, I will probably do 1 monitor per 3 beds because of the size of this room. And we'll have them 1 vertical, like that, in a sort of T shape. Well, it would be perfect efficiency for making most of your resource investment, but I bet you it's not perfect efficiency when it comes to the ability for people to actually access those beds and medic them quickly. You've made a bit of an awkward shape. It's like the old hydroponics layouts where people try to fit as many hydroponics underneath a single sun lamp. And you end up, like, you can fit lots, but you end up making this weird maze that means everyone takes ages to get in and out of it. We took the armor away from this dude, and he just went and found a different set. Stop taking the armor. It's not for you. You are a ranged dude. Ranged dudes don't use the armor. You know what? I'm going to... make some spots to hold our melee gear, because the armor is great, but it slows them down a lot. So it is better if they're not wearing it. We're about to start the full death rest cycle. Almost. Almost. Might have time to do one thing in between Mac waking up in 11 hours and everyone else starting their cycle. Yeah, why aren't these a blood version of Death Stills? What are you so angry about? Oh yeah, you're just depressive. So I was always going to be kind of angry. No. I've played Vanilla Expanded. There's a reason I wasn't interested in turning it on. It is a certain style of gameplay, and you have to be up for that. No, it's as similar a difference as if you stick on Rim Atomics or one of the factory mods. It is quite sizable. Okay, we're also... How much silver have I got? Probably not enough. Oh no, I do. Nice. Okay. Exchange silver for floor. And also let us smooth these walls. Where's the marine helmet and the recon helmet, or can it not go on? Oh no, there it is. Being blind. I don't. Normally, I would have the allow tool on. Yeah, Stephen. Okay. Cold snap. Not again. Cass, you're a hater. Good night, Papa Tim. Yep. I might actually need to get people up immediately. Svetlana and the Fool. Except they're going to rest. Look at them. Cass, you absolute git. Because I knew what was coming. And even then I wasn't quick enough. Yeah, because with volcanic winter as well. So when the two hit, it's going to get crazy cold out there. That's part of the reason why I've got
looking a bit
so many meals just
Someone
sitting
feed
in
him
storage,
abroad.
is because it's to try and weather through when Cass decides to do this. Not only that, but all the wildlife's going to leave the map as well. We might have to go and kill these muffalos with Dragonbox, Macintosh and Svetlana. Oh, I'm going to keep him inside. I'm just going to block that doorway, and then they're not going out for a bit. There's not. If it's this cold out there, there's nothing they need to do out there. This is all going to stay frozen. So they don't even need to go out there. The only thing that needs to happen first is I probably need to go and kill these 2 muffalos so I can get some more meat because, yeah. There's no actual food there. There's meals, but there's nothing we can cook with. We have, to our name, 75 corn. We'll wait until the morning. Let Svetlana catch up on the sleep we stole. No. Don't even bother. Where on earth are you off to? You're grabbing steel. Okay. I mean, again, we do still have 182 meals plus another 31 up there. I did intentionally build a buffer for this purpose, but I know what gas can be like, and this cold snap could just stick around for ages because she knows I've got a buffer, so she'll try and eat it up. We've still got almost 1,000 corn outside. So, you know, it could be worse. That's probably accurate, yeah. It's like somewhat Stockholm Syndrome type relationship, I think. But yeah, no, that tracks. Come on, folks, we got murder to do. Moida. Get it. Little trick with hunting animals. If you leap away from them, Warg too stupid to realise what just happened. It's just like, what? They vanished. Oh well, guess I'll move on. No longer hunting on. There we go. Now it's gone back. Which is good, because why don't you come over this way, Mr. Warg? I'm sure it will end fine for you. I don't like warg pets because a warg pet can suddenly get... a warg pet can suddenly decide to eat one of the colonists. And because the warg's inside the base and could be near any of the colonists, that's how you end up with, like, one of your 3-year-olds getting eaten by a warg. Outside, I've got room to stop it. Inside, I won't. You know what, let's go for a full haul session and get that stuff from outside in. except for Macintosh, who can actually please go and finish the graves. There are still bodies in the outside of the base. Go dig some graves, goddammit. Slacker. Bang, and the corpse is gone. Mega Sloth sitting there going, hang on a second, I thought this was my food. The graves are filled again, but at least they got rid of the ones that were like actually in the base. I'll worry about it, but at the moment it is quite cold outside, so I will probably try and keep them indoors as much as possible. The guy's going up here for. Everyone inside. And it's not exactly warm in here either. Probably gonna want some more radiator action. I do have biofuel refinery researched, yes. I even have a little area set up ready for taming boom insert thing here that is nicely separated away from anything that it can hurt. I need to maybe upgrade these walls from wood, but even if they get through those walls, all they do is open themselves up to another area they can't get out of. So, do I have enough heating power? Don't know, but I have a spare pump a boiler I can turn on, and I can turn it up if I need to. So, there we go. Should help as well. Well, one of them's not on. So we're good. I'll turn it on as and when necessary, but one of them's not on. And you say it's enough water heating for a base 3X that size. Maybe. There's more bathrooms and stuff to come. And... okay, plumbing does actually come down here. Good stuff. So that means that I could, if I wanted to, put a sink in the hospital. Because in my mind, that's appropriate. No, I'm using a bit over a quarter of my capacity. I'm 5 of 8 on one of the two heaters. It was 2 of 8 before I turned it up. It's now on 5 of 8 to meet the demand of those new radiators that I added. Black and the camp. What has Black and the camp got? Bandit camp at the site guarded by 7 wasters. How could I possibly attack a namesake? We have 2 tanks. But as far as the map itself is concerned, that's one of our limitations. So, where is it? Yeah. This map has barely any stuff on it at all. Why would you need water butts? These do the same thing. One's just bigger and better. We'll just try and ignore the fact that it looks like there's more water in the pipe network than there is in our tanks. No, alright, fair. That's not a terminology I was aware of. At least 2.5 football pitches, really. No. It has to be football pitches because then people still aren't sure what you're talking about because it was an English person that said it. You're like, but okay, but which football? Them's the rules. Ain't now wrong with a bit of hand egg. Yeah, hacky sack, that's the one. The cold snap is over. How fast will it defrost out there? Right, let's let them get back outside again and let them get back to sowing again. Except for November, who is only allowed in the safe area, but we need to expand that safe area. Back to including out here. How's learning process going? Good, good, good. Not too bad. The other question, which I'm sure is on everybody's mind, is how long is it before it tells me that Dragonbox is pregnant again? You know, Lilatan, you are a pain. Instead, gas is going to burn my crops. Hey, these stands helped. Oh no, they haven't. Dragonbox just put the recon armor back on again. Had enough of wearing the tainted stuff. I'm like, nah, I'm going to wear the recon. Roger that, remote killer. Even though, I'm going to be honest, carrying all of the stuff for the band for tomorrow, I would say was pretty good exercise for today. No, this has gone back to being physio on the arm, because it's just not great. Well, that's brave. Alright then. Come on. You want to play? Let's play. You know, no, you tell you what. How long have we got before this next death rest moment? Right. And I'll let them recover, and then we're going to do one of the two quests. Macintosh needs a better weapon. Oh god, yes. That one, I'd forgotten about that. The 11 turrets, 1 mortar, and 2 Imperials, defending the tech print for cataphract armor. To get back to level 20, actually, too. It was already level 20 before. Just, of course, in this position now where the only thing that can happen with the skills is they go down. Yeah, when Macintosh became a vampire, the plus melee skill you get from being a vampire was enough to max her. Officially making Macintosh into one nasty pawn. Again. Just dawned on me that we do have in our inventory a tough skin gland. Which could also go on Macintosh. And it's tempting because a plus 30% to heat. The old Macintosh had tough skin. No, I know it's heat armor, but it means that when we get to the point where, as inevitably happens, Macintosh is on fire and running around terrified of the fire that is her, and so isn't putting it out because she's currently broken, and the fire's just there ticking away, that's when it's useful. There's a reason why this colony needs fire foam poppers quite desperately. We learnt that with last Macintosh, that like fire foam poppers end up carrying the vampire colony because you need to be able to deal with fire en masse very, very, very quickly. Yeah, and I don't want to go with stone skin. Partly because of the speed decrease, and partly because then you make them ugly as all sin. But yes, before that, we'll let Macintosh heal up. Which isn't going to happen because Macintosh can't be bothered. Which is a fair response. And then we're going to deal with this absolutely enormous raid of almost exclusively people with bows. Why are you here? Please explain to me. Why are you here? What do you hope to gain from this? No, just bows. Recurve bows, short bows, great bows, and peelers. How did I piss them off? I probably got one of their... Who are you? Oh, they're a savage tribe. They arrived pissed off. Right, so they're attacking immediately. The multitude of bows means I absolutely have to funnel them into this courtyard. And we're going to absolutely want... I mean, everyone else just kind of needs to get out there. I could switch Dragonbox's armor over, but I think... I mean, they are a long way across the map. Okay, we switched the armor. Who is near Macintosh? November? How convenient. Please coagulate Auntie Macintosh. Thank you. And then get ready, you'll be using that LMG. Your first time shooting the LMG? Good times. Or do we play it safe and give the child the smoke launcher? No. Dragonbox isn't a kid of Macintoshes. I am semi-tempted by the grenades. Because what I suspect will happen is we'll end up with some of them coming into this area, and we'll melee fight in here and so on. Have my shooters back here shooting across, and they will bunch up on this doorway. And it would be really nice to be able to drop a grenade when they're doing so. Okay, you're good. You're doing stuff. Sep, are you really a melee person? Do we actually want you to be melee? You don't have any of the advantages of the vampires? I don't think so. Okay. You're going to spread out nicely a bit for me? Yep, they are. And I'm going to need to hold that open, and I'm going to need to send someone with a half-decent ranged weapon, which I got rid of all the decent ranged weapons. Oops. Should have kept that sniper rifle. No, no, right. No, let's not have the kiddos at the front. I wonder what was going on there. And it is because the kiddos have decided to be the front line. Are you gonna throw that grenade or what? No, please throw it at the floor. The grenade plan is not going amazing. What's happened to Om Nom? Oh, he's in the air. That'll do it. Not sure how well these grenades are doing. Oh no, they're doing some stuff. I'm seeing people shredded from frag grenade. Also seeing some people missing ears, legs, fingers. Oh, I want lure. He is unhit. Okay. I suspect not for very much longer. The hell was that noise? Is that the smoke grenade launcher? Probably the smoke grenade launcher. Yep. No! Macintosh, now is not the time. No, please throw them at the ground, not the people. That's kind of annoying when it's doing that consistently. Svetlana's getting me. For a 14-year-old, welcome to your first fight. From Omicron Persei, that's the guy. How are we looking down here? Anyone else need coagulation? Oh, we'll just get Holiday to coagulate Dragonbox again, because Dragonbox is just holding the line. Crushed liver or crushed liver? Well, that's just no, that's just a wound. That's not. It's not that the liver is crushed. It's that the attack was a crush. This is why I don't want you to throw it at the person, but the square. Hey, fools. Guess who's back awake again? I was about to say, I'm not going to lie, impressive levels of resilience from these tribesmen. Macintosh. Finish them. No. Yes, you can do what you like. Despite breaking my power lines in that many places, they still connect, don't they? Suck it. But that was fun. I don't know how many tribesmen that was. I didn't look when I selected them all at the start, but there was a fair number. And they were not particularly keen on breaking. They were savage tribe is accurate. They were pretty savage. Yeah, kids held their own. I mean, Svetlana's suffering for it. Why did you go to bed for like 2 seconds and then get back up again? You know what? Just go rest until healed. Stop working. Stop going outside. Go be comfortable somewhere. See if we can get your mood up a little bit. Ah, that's why they're being like this, because I've still got a whole set to one earlier. What pack are you wearing? Is that a Tox pack? No. Put that down. Why? I'm building more geos at the moment, Mr. Stephen. We are lacking components. And secondly, why do I want a power surplus? How is that useful? Oh, actually, they did manage to break my power network. They separated a single one. Look at this targeted shenanigans. Better. And people are slowly cheering up a bit. There's no way of double clicking and selecting all the sandstone shelves once they've got something in them. I'm not currently running allowed to. I'm currently running anything like that. Hopefully, yeah, he's going to go and rebuild our front wall, which I feel has been useful frequently enough that we kind of want it. It's my little funnel. I would not go so far as to call it a kill box, because it's not a kill box, it's a chaos box. As just evidenced by the fact that they come in, we're in there, they're in there, there's bullets flying in all directions, there's arrows, I'm throwing grenades, there's vampires leaping around. It's not a kill box, it's just that, yeah, it's a fun room. Where the party happens. Ooh, that is bad. I thought I bought one of the psychic soothe things, and I still haven't. Yeah, I've just got 2 pulses. I could do TV for mood, but it's just recreation. At this point, with what I'm doing with these vampires, they need a shield to protect them from the fact that they are literally just tanking. Like, you know, Svetlana there was just standing in the open in front of like 10 archers. I need something to... Everything I can do to help with that needs to be done. I hate to think what state the armor that she's wearing is... Yeah, the armor's gone down from 70 to 51% in that one combat. So yeah, I think I might do shields next. What's more important? Being able to heal the damage or not taking it in the first place? Are you actually hauling? No, don't do that. Why are you so angry? I see you, Cassandra. Nothing better than a bit of double down action, eh, lady? And what have you given me with it? 3 pikemen, 4 scythers, and a scorcher for good measure, just to make sure that Macintosh has got something to worry about. I honestly don't consider that to be too much of a problem. We can fight him up here. Scorcher's the only one that's really a concern. And we do have 1 Fire Foam Pot Pack, but we need to do something to get people in a good enough mood for that fight. Has everybody had some Psychite tea that is male? Yes, Svetlana. Go drink some Psychite tea, because you're just being a bit of a bitch at the moment. Then, we're going to go and do a festival. Because we've got a good chance with the number of people we've got of this being 100%, and that gives us a plus 10 buff, plus 9 buff, I think, for a good Sky Lantern Festival, which will help counter some of this crap as well for a little while. And you check porn relations by going into social, and it just says here. Your stepfather is Omnal. And we do not know who your mother is. Oh no, your mother is Macintosh. Ignore me. Okay, so this is some weird ass. You got 3 generations of colonists. Macintosh is in fact Grandmummy Macintosh. Interesting. I can't help but notice that Macintosh's father is the Bucket Man. Or father-in-law. And we don't know who Macintosh's mother is.
Another boy joins the crew.
Nice one, Duribun. All very incestuous, isn't it? Yes, yes. I mean, I guess it is a colony that never really grows above about 12 to 15 people. It's gonna be pretty incestuous. That gene pool staying nice and small, and only getting smaller. Okay, I'm gonna go for a quick bio break before we deal with this shenanigans. We have double male drone. And you can be damn certain they stack. Oh, actually, or do they? That's just the moderate drone. There is no low drone. They don't stack. Eight out of 11 colonists are male. Not sure that's true. Female, female, female. Oh, God. No, apparently you're right. We need some more ladies in this colony. I mean, Svetlana is in trouble. You know what? You know what else has just dawned on me? We can control who Svetlana ends up with. Because you can force the romance, and Svetlana will always say yes. And then psychically bond. So my thought is potentially Holiday. Holiday's not that far from becoming an adult. Romance activated, yeah, so you see what I mean? Is like, can we... There's not that much of a difference between Svetlana and Holiday. Probably not, right? There's 5 years difference. So, no. We're going to have to hook Svetlana up with someone else. Problem with that being that the kids that they have will not necessarily have all of Svetlana's genes. Age gap is 5 years, and that's the problem. Beauty, my race has attractive, so... The obvious adult choice would be Molinos, who is currently 22. All the other adults are too old. 69, 84, 76. They're all together, so yeah. The other males, the only one to worry about is Molinos. Although he might not because of the Archomanism. Tempting to like maybe make Svetlana run around naked so that Molinos doesn't like her. Is Holiday playing in dirt? No, Holiday's hauling dirt, hauling shit. He's talking to Mr. Canada, who is over there somehow. You got a loud voice. Anyway, I was going for a bar break. Back in a moment. Right. Let's do it. The only one I think we can do because I don't think our room is nice enough for the other ones. Yeah. It's an invitation to dinner because it's guaranteed. And hope they don't break during the thing. Nice. Do we want a child named Big Face? Who is 12? Yeah, I'm not sure we do. Well, don't have a bedroom is a good start. Suppose they're 1 year away from adulthood and being properly useful. Yeah, I know mood debuff if rejected. I'm well aware, don't worry. What is this? Cool. Not. Welcome, Big Face. I'm glad you're here. You will be responsible for very little. Wow, that is brutal. I'm not sure we can do anything about these guys down here until every male in the colony has broken. Because as it stands, they are a liability. Omnom's psychically dull, so he's surviving a bit better than most, but a lot of people are very neurotic. Mr. Shackman, if you observe the top of the screen, you'll see a lot more yellow than normal. This is indicative that Cassandra is currently angry. And in doing so, what she's decided to attack me with this time is multiple things at once that make all my colonists really annoyed. Including this ship, and then an orbiting space station that's doing the same thing as that ship. He's also recently killed all my food. And I'm starting to notice that the food stocks are dwindling pretty fast. And this is barely growing. And wildlife on the map is... I would have to go kill Megasloths for any half-decent meat. Which we can do, but... Yellow is we're about to break. Red, like Mr. Canada, is our mood bar isn't visible anymore. And when they're in those ranges, they have the possibility of having a mental break, which means that they can do anything from go and hide in their room to decide they want to kill someone. Mostly depending on how long they've been angry for and how many times they've broken recently. Think of it like a D100 table with modifiers, because that's exactly what it is. Well, not exactly. I don't think it's a D100 table, but it's a table with modifiers. So the bad ones are always possible. You just have quite a low chance of it's not dissimilar to FFG's injury rolls, critical rolls. Right, some of the really bad stuff isn't accessible at all unless things have snowballed a bit. But you can still hit 100 and get something that's, yeah, okay, it doesn't kill you outright, but it does causes serious problems. So this thing, the longer it sits here, the worse its drone gets. Its drone isn't doing anything at the moment because only the stronger drone applies. But I don't know how long this is going to last. And if it lasts long enough, this one will have already risen to medium by the time it happens. So I'm at the awkward point, I think, where I need to... So we can deal with what's down there with only a few of our colonists. Those three are our most powerful. They are going to carry most of the fight, but I would like to have this dude. And, where is he? Who else did I give? Was it Lilitan? Maybe. Maybe those two. The two chain shotguns are very useful. And in order to get these guys happy, they need to mentally break. They need to lose it, have this dice roll happen, because once you've been through that process, you get a temporary buff to your mood of plus 40 to stop it from being something that just the second you clear out of your mental break, you get another one. So there's this temporary 40 buff called Catharsis. I need that on some of the male people in the colony so that we can go down and fight this, because the Catharsis will be enough to outweigh this stupid psychic drone that's kicking the crap out of me. And then I can go and worry about what's going on with food, which will probably mean to clear the effect, I have to kill the ship, and the ship's defended. I will probably mean I have to go and do something like attack this hunting worksite where there's 719 pemmican. I'll probably have to go and jump someone nearby for food. Like this guy, that little arrow indicates where his mood is currently headed. So it's not even like he's about to get any happier. That's as happy as he can be in these circumstances, unless I find a way of giving him some more buffs or removing some of his debuffs. I could send the males completely out of the colony. Yeah. If they leave this area, they'll no longer have the psychic drone. I could send the males just off for a camp. You know, they could jump a few squatter squares over and just hang out there. It's an interesting thought. Maybe I go and raid this blooming worksite now. But it means sending the kids. That's a lot of bots. I miss the Lancers to begin with. They're going to be a pain. They're really fragile, but this is a nice combination of units. They've got some very strong melee, they've got AoE, they've got very long range, and then they've got medium range, essentially railguns. Second you hit the ship, they won't be. Animals would not attack them, no. Give it a try. The only concern is which route are they going to take to try and get off the map. Well, and that's that caravan screwed. Instantly. Cool. They are leaving the safe way. Getting them off the map should immediately improve the mood of everybody because children are no longer unhappy. Sad youngsters is going to disappear and you'll get happy youngsters. Well, I mean, eventually. Unfortunately, Big Face is ruining it a bit. Yes, our only problem is we've introduced psychic bond distance to Dragonbox and the Fool. Thankfully, Dragonbox is not experiencing the psychic drone at all for some reason. Oh yeah, FEMA. So yeah, Dragonbox will be fine. The simplistic story / goal of this is that our colony is founded of the remnants of my previous colony. The surviving Arconexus run, led by Macintosh, got experimented on by the Arconexus and then spat back out on the RimWorld again, because every story in RimWorld has to be a cycle that returns back to you somehow crash landing back on RimWorld again. Except, during that process, they were experimented on and turned into not very good vampires. So we're trying to fix them. So far, we have sort of fixed one of them, in that Macintosh has become a proper vampire again, except when they become proper vampires, they keep some of their we're not good vampire traits. So they actually become kind of super vampires and kind of not, because some of these traits are negative. They basically, major cell instability doesn't actually do anything because all of the things it affects, vampires are immune to. But they are now slightly more weak to heat. In exchange, they have psychic bonding, but in exchange they've gained super clotting, quick study, and unstoppable. And they have high libido. And all of these traits can be transmitted to children. These cannot. They are also super hungry, yes. They have a hunger rate of 175%. Oh, we'd never got the warg and muffalo meat sorted? Okay, we might not be quite as bad off as I thought. I've got 382 muffalo meat and 150 warg meat. And the plants outside, like, they are growing. Not very quickly because it's too cold, but they are growing. Skydarian, okay, so the way the previous run worked was when Biotech came out, on the day it came out, I started a Mechanita run that I didn't expect to go very long and was using almost no mods. That run ended up being an Arconexus run that took me almost a year and a half to finish, real time. The actual colony in game was 19 years old when we finished it. Except it wasn't one colony, it was 3 colonies. I didn't think for a second that that run was ever going to be something I wanted to put on YouTube. So I never saved the original bits. The only bits of it I have are Colony 3. The start of Colony 3 of the 3 colony run that is Arconexus onwards. I don't have Colonies 1 and 2 from it. This time round, I'm not making that mistake. This time round, in fact, it's not just being saved, but it's already downloaded and is being edited. Speaking of edited, 71% uploaded. I should probably mention that
Another boy joins the crew.
I am very quietly starting to post videos again. And to begin with, they're on Wasted Plays, not on Wasted Space. What I'm trying to do is add a bit of channel separation. So Wasted Plays will become the main gaming channel for Let's Plays, VODs, you know, guides, reviews, etc. It's all going over there now. The only stuff that'll come gaming-wise on the main channel will be very highly produced stuff. Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate the sub, dude. There is a number of older runs on YouTube, both on Wasted Plays and on Wasted Space. Yes, it is in fact true that I am once again actually publishing YouTube content. Let's slow creep back into it, Mr. Shackman. Need to build up some confidence again. What I'm putting up there is not just VODs spat out of Twitch given a thumbnail. They are downloaded, edited, introed, outroed, and then put back up again. No, don't go on to an insulting spree on Svetlana of all people. Svetlana, run away from Omnom. Just, in fact, jump away from Omnom. Svetlana does not need your crap right now, Omnom. Go insult someone else. Yeah, go shout at Big Face. He's already broken. He's not going to do anything. Call Big Face a moron. Perfect. Openly insulted Big Face's social skills. The more than one channel, Hugin, is because YouTube itself doesn't handle one channel with multi-faceted content very well. A single channel that's trying to be multiple different things at once, YouTube doesn't work well with that. It gets confused and doesn't know what to recommend you as and just focuses on one thing. It's like, okay, you know, this is the thing. And then everything else kind of struggles by comparison. Especially when you think about it from the perspective that, like, you know, say Wasted Plays is gaming channel. You're into gaming. You might not even be into all the games I played, but you're into gaming enough that you know, watch some videos on that channel. Wasted Space just released a video. It's Airsoft. You don't give a shit about Airsoft. That's kind of why you split it, is because you don't give a shit about Airsoft, and honestly will start paying less attention to the channel if I keep posting videos that you aren't interested in. Meanwhile, there are people out there that have no interest in RimWorld whatsoever, but are interested in an Airsoft video. Who, when they come to a channel and they go, what's this channel do? Oh, it's gaming. Oh, fuck it. And because YouTube's algorithm tries to essentially recommend you things that you like, if a channel starts doing things that isn't on your end thing that I like, YouTube will stop pushing that channel in general, even if channel then does thing that I like. Because I posted something, you didn't interact with it, and so it thinks, oh, you're not interested in Wasted Space so much at the moment. I won't push Wasted Space videos towards you, even though later down the line I'm posting that Airsoft video, and that might actually be of interest. But it's too late. It's a bit of a funky machine, YouTube, and I think it's important that you don't get too focused on the algorithm decides everything, because that's not true. Good content will find a way of shining through a lot of the time, but it'll have a much better chance of shining through if you also play the algorithm's game a bit. No, because Nightbot, not Nightbot, Hugin, it's not like that YouTube's necessarily doing anything wrong, because what YouTube are doing is legitimately feeding up videos based on how people actually behave. You post content that people aren't interested in for ages, they will stop checking your channel. All YouTube's doing is reflecting that. Yeah, the algorithm can have some funny things in it at times about how long your video is. You know, sometimes they gets a bit headstrong about wanting videos of certain lengths, or thumbnails of certain styles and so on. But even the thumbnail thing is, as much as we hate to admit it, the whole trend of goofy face in a thumbnail is because goofy face in a thumbnail is what people clicked. We don't like it, but when it comes to you average everybody out and you see how they behave, goofy face in a thumbnail won because it was more popular. I would argue that YouTube is actually, when it's doing what it's good at, so when you are like, when you're diving down a new path on YouTube, you know, it's suddenly a good example. I started randomly watching, I got recommended a video and I clicked it, and then from there I started randomly watching channels, car videos, and then it became multiple channels car videos because YouTube had started recommending me stuff in the right hand side that looked interesting and inside the same topic. It did what it was trying to do. I had an interest in a topic, and it provided other similar content that was also interesting. The same is true if you go and suddenly start watching, because I go in phases with this, suddenly start watching science YouTubers. I'll go through periods where I'm really interested in watching some of the science YouTubers and periods where I just can't give it. I just don't give a damn. And I don't even need to be subbed to them anymore. And this might be part of the problem. I don't even need to be subbed to them, because I can just go to my YouTube homepage. It will recommend me a science video from a creator I seems interesting or I already know. And from that video, I can then go down a path of other videos that are also interesting without ever subscribing to any of the channels. And it's reliable. And the more I do it, the more it starts throwing those things up in the general browsing that I do. I honestly think we end up blaming YouTube's algorithm for a lot of what is actually human behavior. It just might not be a human behavior that directly aligns with you. But it probably is the average. Good night, Ray. Probably not even a straight average. It's probably an average for you're probably categorized as a person to try and make these averages more accurate. Like us as people who use YouTube, even if we don't have an account, I think it'll even be tied to cookies and your IP address and so on. You will have tags on YouTube's end that tell YouTube what sort of person you are. This person watches tech videos and news stuff and gaming and, you know, and you'll have a little bunch of tags to stick you into the right average brackets. And to anybody who thinks the problem is that just they should be more personalized and should be better at figuring out what you will and won't enjoy and stop recommending random stuff or seemingly random stuff, I would challenge you. Recommend me a piece of music that I have not heard that I will enjoy right now. This is just audio. You don't even need video for this. This is just audio. It's music. It's quite formulaic. Follows math, especially Western music. Likely in 4/4 time. It's going to be in a major or minor scale. There's only 8 of them. Nice narrow bracket here, but right, recommend me something I haven't heard that I will enjoy. And if you don't get it right, you're no better than YouTube, you know? It's not that easy. Yeah, the scale is just ridiculous. I'd turn this around. In fact, I've done this in a way that's quite difficult. Let's make this way more simple. Can any of you guys legitimately name me an album that if you were listening to it in the car, you wouldn't press the track forward skip button on some of the tracks? Maybe you'd listen to them sometimes, but just, you know, in reality, let's skip forward to the ones I actually like. And that's from a band you already enjoy. Can they even produce a, 12, 14 tracks in a row that you listen to every last one of every time? I'm glad I'm not the only one that I think you're on the same page as me, right, Shaq? The subscription thing is just not... It's become much more of just a flex thing now, and a habit that people do, and a weird goal that people aim for. And actually, that doesn't mean anything. What we're back to or continuing to be in the time where viewer retention is everything. And I don't mean viewer retention through just a video, but I mean across videos. Getting people to watch a video and then go, I'm going to click the next one too. I mean, yeah, Hugin, there's another side to the album thing. Not only is it hard to think of an album, I know that there will be some exceptions. There will be some that exist. But again, we're talking about something simple. This is music, Western music. So it's mathematic. It follows a relatively simple set of rules. And this is like 12, maybe 14, maybe only 9, 3 to 4 minute long tracks. In total, an album playtime of between 45 minutes and an hour and 15 minutes is pretty common. That's how much we're talking about. That's essentially one video. So, you know, it even if we break it down to that, it gets pretty unusual. And so Spotify is a great example of how, even with music, we've moved on from the idea of listening to an album. You might occasionally, but we're into a place where it's now curated or suggested playlists. And for a lot of the time, actually, it's pretty good. I've started using Spotify recently because the new car supports it. And I've found a whole bunch of new music. Well, new music. Music I haven't heard. More than ever, YouTube is it's a content quality game. Quality not from necessarily a production quality standpoint, but from a attractiveness standpoint, I think is probably the easiest way of describing it. Skydaring. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry and also not sorry, because all you did was, like, unknowingly open the little door in my mind to the bit that is constantly thinking about this, especially at the moment. As I'm trying to get back into YouTubing again, I'm trying to understand again what YouTubing even is these days. Because it changes, and it's very easy to sit there and think it doesn't. Even more so, I suspect, as a creator, or to just not notice. Just to keep, you know, because it doesn't change in obvious ways. It's a gradual movement of how people think, how people watch, how people enjoy content, what format they're watching it through, how accessible it is. You know, huge amounts of oh dear. The marquee is already set up and the trees are a much better target. Picture of the place. Oh, fuck no. I don't want to have to be doing this. Please. Shorts and angry reaction videos? I don't agree with that at all. There's lots of people that watch that sort of content, but then there's also been a move towards some incredibly well produced, incredibly well researched style of content that still YouTube, but is, as Shaq's kind of landing on, like micro topics of a specific category, and that category's popular, so you then make your little niche of that category popular. And I think, you know, the science YouTubing community is an example of this, and it's become a big thing. But it's not the only example of this stuff. I think it's sort of, this almost started in the days of Casey Neistat and whatnot. But yeah, the mini painters, the DIY project guys, the you could even extend it to people like Corridor Crew. Honestly, it's essentially what that is. Take weird niche thing, part of an industry you're good at, and somehow introduce it and make it accessible and interesting to a wider audience. Partly because it's so niche and so nerdy. Nebula and all of these other external platforms that are attempting to be sort of, we're better than YouTube, but you've got to pay for us. Fine as a side project, will never carry you. The second you stop publishing that content on YouTube, that's it. And yeah, Jack, I watch more YouTube than I do anything else these days. And my go-to is to drop to YouTube and watch something. Shaq's vibing at the moment. He's enjoying his little modded vintage place. Yeah, too, but being honest, I'm also a weird streamer. This is half podcast. All the time. Unless I'm with other people, it's half podcast, because you never know when 2.5 hours through a stream, 2 hours and 20 minutes through the stream, Wasted will just pause the game and talk about something for 45 minutes. And that, you know, for a lot of people, that's not what they're looking for as an experience. I'm not a good streamer. I'm a really, really bad example. I am lucky to have an audience. This is the most weirdly weirdly set up and indirected stream channel out there, I think. Yeah, so what you're meaning to say is I'm being carried by the fact that I bought some nice equipment and didn't mess up how to set it up, and have a stream rig that is way overkill, so I get to do funky stuff with the encoding to make the visuals look quite good for limited bitrate. Don't need to dig the group survival dagger. You can trust me, I am very sad that we did not have an ending for group survival. We had stuff planned, and honestly, if we'd done it better, we could have made a fucking ending for it. And in retrospect, that pisses me off. At the time, things were difficult to a point where people had somewhat checked out. Like, the opportunity to not do it anymore was quite tempting. But in retrospect, I regret not having that series have an ending. Even if that ending was a bit rushed and a bit shit, I regret not making that decision, maybe pushing for it a bit. I mean, I didn't say, hey, you know what, fuck group survival, but I definitely didn't push very hard going, no, I think we should get something done. I don't think it's that amazing, Shaq. Yeah. It was, in itself, it has a bit like WoW raiding, created, I think, a little bit of a trauma spot that means that nowadays we're all quite wary to invest in something like that. But I think it was entirely on form for who all three of us are, and still, to some extent, matches what we do to these days. We got a bit wary of that thing. And I'm saying wary partly because it never delivered on the effort put into it. It doesn't just come down to, did we enjoy it? Was it something we're proud of, etc.? All of that's fine. It also has this overlooming shadow that, no matter how you look at it, that sort of content isn't actually that heavily watched, and so it's always going to have that. But I don't think it's amazing we had a group survival series. Just at the time, that was one of the many things we had yet to learn, Mr. Mater. You haven't stopped doing stuff like group survival. It's not that particular style of thing anymore. Still enjoys telling a story, still enjoys sharing it with lots of people, still enjoys getting other people involved, etc. His mindset's slightly more jaded towards series that don't make financial sense and time sense, and slightly more jaded towards actually, I don't have a second one. It's just that, really. And yet I'm still convinced that that sort of collaborative effort is not only a good way of doing things, actually around still, and one of the ways that I think YouTube really likes to promote these days. Not exactly like group survival by any means. I'm talking more about the idea of group of creators gets together to do something, then provides unique perspectives on thing, is actually kind of big at the moment. Now, those collabs are still, if done right, I think not only popular but quite fun. No, I know, dude. And hell, all you got to do is look at the biggest, your Kai Cenats and your Speeds and whatnot, and what are they doing? They're constantly doing content with other people. Or at least this is one of the things that I'm sort of trying to get my head around, is like coming up with the idea for these sort of things is very difficult, because it's explicitly about having content that is quite different perspectives with everyone involved. And there might be one communal video, but everything else is about the build up to, or the preparation for, or you know what I mean? Yeah, it does absolutely blow my mind that there are some of the biggest people in the game. Most of their content seems to be fucking around with friends. We just have lots of money. Which is a bit of a chicken and egg scenario, surely. I like how the people just in the caravan, sitting outside the town, not doing anything, just in a caravan, unmoving, are happier than the people in the colony. This is a good sign, I'm sure. Friends are spread all over the world now, sleep deprived, and it does mean that now it takes extra effort and time and opportunity to be able to actually do something with that. No doubt. I'm lucky enough, and I would argue partly that's because I hold this in quite high priority, to be in a position where I have international friends that I know well and I do see relatively often. Given that, let's be real, when you're my age at least, and a lot of your ages, it's not like you see your friends that live near you very often either. The irony that there's some people that I've met through Omsky that either live in this country but a good distance away, or don't even live in this country, that I see more frequently than some of my real life friends who live within the same town as me. And thankfully, that is the advantage of living in Europe. This is, and I guess to some extent the US, but it'll state-based, and situation's a little different. Okay. Medium drone's gone away. Let's get them back before the big drone happens, and let's go deal with these scythers. Macintosh is throwing a party. That doesn't look like a party to me. Oh, okay. Where are we having this party? Oh, actually somewhere sensible. Damn. Talking about squids. It's a party of 2 people. It's Dragonbox and Om Nom. Do you want to go to the party? Want to wake up? Come to the party? Be fun times. Promise. And look, now there's 3 of you. Best party. It's a recreation of tomorrow's charity gig. Which, yes, I forgot to talk about is, it's alright because the marquee's set up like this, and so it'll be absolutely fine in a storm. The party has been called off! What? How dare? There you go, you see, no problem with lightning because it's near the trees. Okay, okay. Well, but hear me out. What if the lightning doesn't go for the trees? Because we're sitting there with a bunch of electrical equipment right next door. Also, I see no floor nor any sides to this. So, sorry, where are we setting up all of this electronic equipment that goes on the ground after it's been raining for 8 hours? But what do you mean, are you going to be grounded from a lightning strike? Yes, the random park bench in the front is quite cute. But no, we'll be alright because it's near the trees. Yeah, I'm also noticing that if you look at the terrain, it's not just near the trees, it's near the trees in a depression. You've got higher ground all around this. So it's near the trees in the puddle. Can't wait. Can't wait. Put this in perspective. This is the weather forecast. We start performing there until there. Yeah, there's a reason that this is open. Because this contains this section. Lightning safety and the law. This is a UK document. I don't know. I don't know. The band does like to agree to fucking random shit. Because yeah, I'm now looking at that and going, cool, I now need to deal with what outside. This is nowhere. There's no power there. Where are we running power from? And like, how? You're talking about running 1,000 watts worth of speakers, minimum, maybe 2,000. And all of our gear, amps, etc., etc. You're not running that off one extension socket. Yeah, this is another one where they've agreed to a bunch of stuff, and me as the guy doing the sound engineering is looking at it and going, hell the fuck no. I don't think you realize how much work and stress it is to actually do this. You know, I spent a couple of hours earlier loading up the car and preparing all the cables. You know, I'm taking 35 XLR cables. My entire car is full of gear. It's like 8 microphones, 7 microphone stands, 2 amplifiers, a mixer, a powered board for the speakers. I tried. They sent me this image as this is the response. This image was the response. Was the marquee is already set up and the trees are much better target. No. No, I don't want to make them set it up. Red Pill, this is partly about, if it's in a storm, I do not want to be attached to a piece of electronic equipment under that blooming tent via a cable. Which is what I will be if I'm playing bass. Let alone the fact that all the equipment involved belongs to me. With the exception of the powered mixing board for the speakers and the speakers themselves, the rest of it is all mine. So I want them to learn how to set it up, but how to set it up, even if it's not a thunderstorm, it's just been wet in the morning, I'm already concerned. Because we're not on hard standing. We are on mud. We're on grass. It is going to be sodden. We use pedals. We have, my kit sits on the ground. The subwoofers for the speakers are on the ground. And then you've also got, as previously mentioned, I don't think these trees are as tasty a target as this massive metal pole here is. Yeah. Shaq, we need to find some time to have a look at your rig as well, because while your laptop is a bit, like, it's getting a little long in the tooth, you're still having more problems than you should. Like, something's not quite right. I have been musing on it, and I can't come up with a good reason why you should be struggling, even with that laptop's hardware. Not the newest, but it should still be fine. Especially once you dropped it to low. So I'm wondering if we're looking at a... Like, yeah, maybe we're looking at temp issues. Like, you know what I mean? I need to check that out. If you're down for it, at least, I think we can. I think there's something there that we might. That's nothing to do with, like, it's old. Well, that's because Greyzone's probably the most demanding game you play. Greyzone hits my system hard. And my concern with Greyzone is, like, honestly, when I played Dune, Dune's a bit better, but I think that's because Dune, there's just less environment on the screen. Most of it's desert. You're not dealing with foliage everywhere. And yes, as rightly said, there is a little bit of a disagreement at the moment with whether or not we play tomorrow. I am saying that if there is a storm, we don't play. And the band is saying, it's all right, the marquee is near the trees. I don't like it. I don't care how far it is. It could be under the trees. It could be far away from the trees. Both. I don't care. We are not on hard standing. We are on the dirt. So if you're even near an impact, you've got problems. And yeah, a tree can just damn well explode if it gets hit by lightning. Mr. Spatch. Svetlana is so mad. Why are you so angry? Okay, you won't be. Your mood is on the improve. Big face, still being paid. Now I've got, like, maybe 2 20-meter, and a couple of 10s. I am not set up for being a long way away from power. The car at least does have, I've got a station wagon, and it does have a tray for the back. So it's not going on carpet or anything like that. It's going straight on a, like, hard rubber tray that everything sits in. Yeah, Shag, dude. I mean, give me a poke sometime. You've got a bit of free time. Hopefully, you've got a bit more now. Meta's done, and if you know, I'll jump on and we'll jump on TS and have a look and see what's going down, because something's. You shouldn't be having the problems you're having, especially not if it's 3070 Ti and not a 2080 like I thought. It's all right. I know that if it's too much of a problem, I won't be alone, because we'll get down there and the electric guitar player, the drummer, me, and probably the acoustic guitarist will all, if it's actually muddy, we'll all take one look at it and go, no. Because every last one of those people has equipment that goes on the floor. And I can guarantee you, like, Johnny's not going to want to put his electric guitar amp into a puddle. The lightning is going to be the problem. If there's a storm, that's when I'm concerned. Nah, just judging by how it runs on not just my system, but honestly, the biggest teller is the fact that Avi's not having problems. I don't mean to throw the guy under the bus here, but not only his system about the same as your laptop, but also it's Avi. His system always goes wrong because he treats it like shit. He isn't careful enough with how he handles his software, etc. So he just ends up with a mess. Same with his peripherals. And so if Avi's okay and you're struggling, something is actually wrong. I hate to use Avi as a benchmark like that, but it's kind of true, bless him. There's the answer. As much as it's tempting to beat the hell out of you, I'm going to give you the weapon. Have an LMG. I don't care. It's not worth the fight. And yeah, let me know how Grey Zone goes with the driver update, but yeah. I don't think that'll be it. I don't think that's going to be a wonder solution. Yeah, sort of, Dadrick. And then you asked if I'm playing the new DLC, and yeah, sort of. Technically running, not actually really utilizing a huge amount of it as it currently stands. We are building up to the point where I can raid people with my spaceship, but we're not there yet. You know, I think we're also at the point where a slight schedule change, and I should also fix those two. Big Face, can you grow up, please? Okay, so the only mod we're running minimap, RimHUD, and hygiene. I like me. Oh, and the mod that gives people speech boxes above their heads when they say things, so that you actually see them. Because most of the time you have to go into a menu otherwise. Whereas now they have a little speech bubble interaction boxes. And you can see that they're talking about taming and grouses. Or talking about taming grouses, even. RimHUD is amazing. And fully customizable UI. It's very cool. I can see my DPS. I can see all sorts of things. I should probably go down, and if I remove that, I'll actually have room to finally see all what people are doing again. Because the melee DPS stat is there now. And we can also see their damage multiplier, their armor pen multiplier, hit chance, etc. And I set all of this side of the UI was set. This side's default, this side's custom. The last mod was Dub's Bad Hygiene. It is probably my favorite mod in all RimWorld. Or are you talking about the interaction bubbles, the chat bubbles that make their when they're talking to each other, it sort of pops up as a little bubble. It's Canada and Holiday shared a word about friendly clans. I will do, but again, the mod list is very short for this run. It is those four and the dependencies that go with them. Okay, so I wasn't sure whether you were talking about the interaction bubbles mod that means that you can see what they're saying, or whether you were talking about Dub's Bad Hygiene, which is my favorite mod of all RimWorld, which is the mod that adds in the pawn need for water, food, and hygiene, cleanliness, which can be both a positive and a negative. But with it gives you full plumbing systems and heating systems, air conditioning systems, etc. It's one of the few major mod elements that for some reason the developer has decided not to try and include in any of his DLCs so far. Because yes, you end up, it adds its own research tree, and you end up with saunas and hot tubs and swimming pools, and it goes from a need that initially you struggle to meet because you're making them shit in a bucket, and you're storing that shit in a pile somewhere not very far away, and your ability to clean comes from a water bucket that collects rain. And then later down the line, you've got a full, leisure centres worth of saunas, hot tubs, and swimming pools for them to go and enjoy, and your bathroom is akin to a 5-star hotel. And you get the mood benefits from that. It does a good job of balancing itself against the fact that at the start of the game, your colonists all have a mood buff. So they have this expectation buffs that begins as something that, like this. Moderate expectations is stage 2, but stage 1 will give you even more mood. And it's just a positive buff for being a new colonist. And there's also initial new colony something. New colony excitement, something like that. Can't remember the name. And down the line, they slowly, the longer they've been around, the more they go from being happy to be starting something new to being demanding about it being better than it is. So they slowly go from, Macintosh at the moment looks like, sky high expectations. I should be made very comfortable here. And it does a very good job of balancing out the fact that the game starts with a buff and ends up with a debuff, and the mod starts with a debuff and ends up with a buff. So as long as you can add in, it is an extra complication because it's something your pawns have to spend time doing. So overall, you have less time. The pawns now have another job on their task list. But if you utilize that job properly, it ends up almost being a second form of recreation. Because they can get all sorts of nice buffs from, not only does this stuff, swimming pools and saunas and so on, act as recreation, they get squeaky clean buffs and other, luxuriantly comfortable buffs whenever they're in the bathtub. But it also cranks up your colony well. So, it's a really interesting mod that feels like it fits very well. So for example, right now, I'm running an air conditioning system in the base, which is powered by these 2 aircon units over here that are in a little hole I dug in the mountain. And they are powering the freezer, primarily, because they're keeping our food cold. And it means that instead of having to have a hole poked in the wall, I now just have to have a long pipe chain and use power for it instead. But I've also got water pipes running throughout the facility. Speaking of which, let's go and put a sink in the kitchen. That seems appropriate. We put it in the corner. And we'll run some plumbing. Nope. Run some plumbing for it. And this plumbing can be hidden under walls, and you can even build a hidden type of plumbing. I've got it visible at the moment because I haven't done the walls in such a way I can put it under them. And I want to see that it's still there so that I can remember to put it under the walls. And then, you know, we got some bathrooms, but you also have to maintain a room like this, which is a well over a water source with a pump to run it, and then a septic tank and a sewage treatment plant to handle the waste water that's coming back through. Initially, you get a septic tank or even nothing, and you have to just deal with the waste. Then water towers in order to hold water. Boilers to heat it, and hot water tanks to store that hot water so that then when they take a bath, for example, they're getting hot water, and they get happy for that. Or don't get angry, I should probably say. They don't like cold water. That's one of the ones that starts off as a debuff. And then later down the line, because you've got hot water, you can then make saunas and swimming pools and so on, and that ends up as a buff. I think you're running for too many people, Tenebrous. You would have to put a boiler in every room for that. This is more thinking on a slightly larger scale where, you know, you're heating water for 12 people. A tankless boiler is not going to hold enough water when suddenly 4 of those 12 people want to have a shower at the same time. Yes, we end up with smart showers that actually do have tankless heaters, but we won't get those for a bit. It's not smart showers, it's power showers. Power showers and smart toilets. Water treatment, etc. Tynan has not touched on it. Water is just an environmental effect that gets you wet. It has no impact on your colony whatsoever. It helps crops grow. But you don't have to provide drinking water, you don't have to wash, you don't have to clean, you don't have to do any of it. This is why I'm saying this is one of my favorite mods, because it feels like it should be base game. And when I remove it, I honestly these days go, my God, I have too much free time. What's going on? And yes, all of this is configurable. So if we go into bad hygiene, you've got complete control over both how fast things happen, if you want to sort of control that, but also like whether or not your pet has a bladder. Whether or not you need to drink as well. And then we have, under extra features, it can act as irrigation for your plants as well, so that when it rains, as it recently has, you can see I've got anything green is counted as fertile ground. Out of interest, Shaq, if you're still going, if you turn it down, does the FPS improve? Don't forget you will need to restart the game. Because honestly, 45 to 55 FPS is weak for your system. Because it's off by default. I've never played with the thirst need. I don't know when he added it, and I didn't notice it when it was added. I only became aware of it relatively recently, and I've never played with it. That would be So for me, the default is food plus hygiene, not food plus hygiene plus water. I'm not against playing with it, but that's why it's off, is because it defaults to off and I never turned it on. Okay, check, make sure you don't have, like, VSync and frame rate limiters on. Let's see what it's actually running at, because I think you're running both VSync and a frame limiter. And also, by the way, VSync in a window, really bad idea. I think with your ultra wide, you're going to be running in a window. Don't run VSync in a window. Have you got, if you're running it stream style, do another chopper ride, but with Task Manager open. What is it that hits max? Like, have Task Manager up on performance, and I would recommend selecting your GPU, because then you can see, because your CPU just, is it 100% or not, right? Same with memory, but the GPU has different components to it. So for the GPU, you want to see both how much 3D it's using, but also how much memory it's using. If you run VSync in a window, then you lock yourself to your Windows frame rate, as opposed to the game frame rate. Yeah, I think Shaq may be running into thermal throttling, but I'm noticing if he's having specifically problems with the chopper flight, that's something else. Because the chopper flight won't suddenly cause thermal throttling, but it is suddenly loading a whole bunch of new textures and models. So this is starting to suggest maybe we're looking at CPU throttling. Maybe he's hitting a memory limit. And, you know, that doesn't sound like, at the very least, it doesn't sound like GPU throttling. The GPU has 70, 80 on high is not amazing, but okay. Catch you later, Arathon. Man, I'm not looking forward to editing this episode. I have gone back and forward between RimWorld and and talking about random other stuff a lot. This is going to be one I'm going to have to cut hard. Thankfully, I've also been quite good about intentionally not moving the camera around and doing stuff when I've changed topic. There is a reason for this. Yes, I'm not entirely sure what those mean. One of them, I think, indicates that you have a latency concern. But the other one, I think, might be shader caching related. I don't know. I get those too, so that's not worrying me particularly. But it might, again, lead towards the idea that you are actually running into a hard drive or memory problem. Out of interest, what drive is this installed on, and how much free space does it have? And how much free space does your C drive have? And at this point, I would like to highlight very strongly, please do not do this. This is bad. I know I need to sort it out. This is the problem with getting back to editing videos and publishing videos again with a system that was already really quite full. Oh no, I shouldn't have clicked that. I want Starlink. I forgot. So yeah, just this is bad, okay? Don't be like wasted. Depends a bit on the capacity, just a mechanic. C and 200 gig. And your C is going to be an NVMe. That should be fine then. It'll be next week at this point, Fog. Nah, 251 should be okay. Aha, just realised that that drive's not connected. Well done. Javerick, I have two. One of them is currently down at the moment. Also, what you're looking at, those aren't remote drives. These are the network ones. They're all currently offline because I'm on Starlink, which is a separate network. These are local drives. I have just outgrown 1 terabyte and 2 terabyte NVMe drives. I need to start getting some 4s and 8s. But I am a skinflint and don't like spending big numbers. So up until this point, I've been buying 1 terabyte and 2 terabyte drives on sale. Holy moly, you are using a lot of RAM. Yeah, dude, if you've got OBS running as well, you're probably maxing out your actual RAM. But that's not right. What's going on there? You shouldn't be using that much RAM. And on Chopper, you're maxing CPU, which actually I kind of expected. You have the wrong GPU selected, Mr. Shackman. That is your onboard GPU. You want the one underneath it that says 81%. Although I can see that it's at 84C, which is not too bad, but we can't see what clock speed it's running at because you took a screenshot of the wrong thing. Yes, but we can fix that, Mr. Shackman. We can tell OBS to be a higher priority than the game is, so that OBS gets what it wants. But I don't think that's just the issue. There is... using this much memory... that's not right. That's more than I use, and you've seen how many browser windows I have open. And how much crap I just leave open in the background. Something is monstering your memory. And yeah, you needed this GPU selected. And then ideally, scroll it down so we can see the numbers at the bottom. Could be all sorts of things. But yeah, that is a very large amount of RAM usage. I do not have a spare PCI Express slot, my friend. How do you think I managed to get 5 NVMe drives in there in the first place? Yeah, 92% RAM. It's like, that's... something's up there. There's no way you should be using that much memory. Maybe will, but it shouldn't be. He's got 8 gigs of actual VRAM. Okay, 8 gigs is not amazing by modern standards, but it's still 8. Alright, bear with me for a second. I need to science. And I want to close Reaper because Reaper literally is allowed to just take as much RAM as it wants. So all of that will be sitting in RAM. Let's get a realistic shack scenario, which means we're going to close Chrome because I'm going to leave. Which one of the 3 browsers do I leave open? Go away, Opera. Go away, Chrome. Okay, so now we've got a shack-based scenario where we have 1 browser open instead of 3 different ones. Which takes me down to a general memory usage of 16 gigs. Which sounds about right. Like 16 gigs is what I would expect from someone like Shaq, who has also got Creative Cloud and, you know, has got a bunch of other stuff going on in the background that is related and installed in the background that's related to the fact that he makes stuff for YouTube and he runs stream stuff. Honestly, Shaq, though, I don't think that's massively unusual. Perhaps it's high, don't get me wrong, like something in there is probably using more than it should, but 10 gigs for Windows plus, again, you know, Creative Cloud and the other stuff you're running, that's fine. Why you would then be using 22 gigs for Grayzone is the question. And I am actually starting to wonder if what you're running into is potentially something like Windows Defender deciding that it needs to check Grayzone Warfare files on the fly, or something weird like that. Hey Horizon, thank you for the raid, man. But don't worry about it, I appreciate the raid regardless. Get dramatic music. If it makes you feel better, my PC has its own problems. It's this. Something's up with my storage at the moment. I think you know what's up with my storage at the moment. It's that it's too full. But it does like to get stuck at 100% on a lot of stuff. I know you just saw what's up with my storage. I'm well aware. Okay, I know I need to fix it. It's fine. Next week, like we'll do maybe Monday, I have literally. I'm looking at those are 8 terabyte drives, so I'm looking at another 24. Yeah, another 24 terabytes of storage up on that side thing over there, ready to go in. Ah. Yes, because my... Okay, so I don't have a NAS, I have 2 NASes. I have old NAS, which has 36 terabytes of storage, but is basically full. And then I have new NAS, which only has 16 terabytes in RAID 0, but is also currently not working because its USB boot drive has corrupted itself, and I need to reinstall FreeNAS on it. And that's the NAS we're going to be working on at the start of next week, because as I said, I've got another 24 to go in there, which means that I can then change that RAID 0 into a much more sensible ZFS-based RAID, get like a Z1 or a Z2 or something out of it, and then that's set up ready for me to then consolidate the data, because half of the problem is what's contained on NAS 2. NAS 2 was supposed to allow me to rework NAS 1. So I was going to use it temporarily as a file storage for NAS 1. Then a bunch of stuff got in the way, so only some of the files got transferred. I ran out of space, I got the new drives for it, and then I never finished transferring the files. So there is dual... A lot of the reason that these 2 NASs are both full is because NAS 2 contains a duplicate of a lot of the files on NAS 1, ready for NAS 1 to be wiped, sorted out, and set up as a permanent backup, because it's a slow server that I don't want to run all the time. I want to have it come on a timer once a week, do a full backup of the main NAS, and then go back down. While the main NAS, which is much more power efficient, much more modern, sits up and runs with the extra space it has. But this is, it's this awkward position where you've got enough files that you've filled everything up, so you can't back up and transfer easily because you need almost equivalent space to be able to do it with. And part of this is because I did have some drive failures that meant that I lost some stuff that was... I lost one drive that wasn't backed up at all, and I lost two drives that were supposed to be they were the start of my initial backup. And I think because of the setup I had them in the case I put them in, it was too many drives in the case and they kind of rattled themselves to death. But it didn't go well. Oh yeah, I never actually managed to achieve what I was doing, did I? Let's see whether or not... I think the problem is I'm on Starlink. Starlink does occasionally just not work with games, and I am also uploading a video in the background. Which is why I'm on Starlink. If it makes you feel any better, Shaq, I also have enough stuff to have an episode or two of Orders under my belt. You think that this chaos and slight hoarding issue extends purely to data? No, sir. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie. Not thanks to uploading to YT. Thank you to the people that went and responded and commented on that YouTube video. I saw a whole bunch of names. I was like, oh really? You're coming. That meant a huge amount. That legitimately helped. That was good motivation right there. Indeed, Wolf. I saw you. I saw you, and I also saw the fact that it wasn't just people that are from stream. I hate to think what would happen if I tried to move now. Yeah, I think my total space across all currently active rigs is about 75 terabytes. Yeah, petabytes on the horizon. Yeah, I'm about to add another 24 to that, so we're about to hit 100. I will be back in one moment, folks. I need a quick bite of break. Well, I mean, this is partly why, behind the scenes, I am, at the moment, doing a massive purge of my actual place. Not from a purge perspective, but from an organizational perspective. I've been single and self-employed for a bit under, about 19 years. And it shows. But with that, I think that if I finally went and, which is what I'm trying to do now, sorted the damn place out in a way where I consolidate, purge, and set up things right, what you end up with is also a great representation of who I am as a person, because it is literally just, here's all of my hobbies, interests, and otherwise in one itemized collection, but also sets me up really well for a place to then use for YouTube videos. You're getting the hiccups in the stream because I've switched over to the main net connection in order to be able to connect to Grey Zone, and the main net connection is uploading to YouTube. Okay. Yes, the hard buffering is nothing to do with Grey Zone and everything to do with the fact that I temporarily switched. I have two internet connections. They're both bad, but I have a Starlink connection and I have a landline connection. The landline connection runs Stream at all times because it is reliable and just about fast enough to handle maximum Twitch bitrate. The Starlink connection I use for downloading games, and occasionally, like I have been this evening, using to enable me to play a single-player game while simultaneously uploading stuff to YouTube because I'm on a different connection. What happened there was Greyzone was not playing with the Starlink connection, so I switched to being on the landline connection briefly, but that landline connection is uploading to YouTube, and so... Sorry, the landline connection is... By switching over, I made my upload go through that landline instead, because the upload's coming from this PC. So when I switched the internet connection on this PC, it started spitting the upload through the landline, which was sharing it with Stream, and you get... Yeah, they're both bad in unique ways and good in unique ways. It's a fantastic place to be. So yeah, basically the deal is I'm on a bit of a drive at the moment to sort my place out because I have a huge number of hobbies that I've acquired over the years, huge number of interests. They're all represented here, but in a way where you notice that I don't show you guys my place because it's a fucking mess. It's everywhere. It's so disorganized. But they are simultaneously, honestly, a great background and location if they were organized to be what I envisage wasted space being, which is, you know, kind of pretty well... We're going to lean into the name again a bit. It's a hobby channel. But focused on introductional, high quality introductional content, basically. Know nothing about insert thing here that is hobby and looks fun. Well, here's Mr. Wasted to tell you how to waste some space in your house taking up this hobby. Here's how to get into it. Here's how it's cool. Here's some wasted doing this thing. If I had a dining room table, you know, so you're looking from the wrong angle, Mr. Bowman. Again, single, self-employed, 20 years. I'm 41. Revine 21, 40 years. I'm 21. At 21, I was back from university living at home with my parents. So I never moved into my own place and got things like a dining table. So instead, imagine a property where all of the flat surfaces are either desks or racking that you would normally find in like a warehouse or a garage.
To other boys. We's got some
like in the room I'm in right now, there are 2 desks and then there's 2 sets of waist height racking. You know, MDF topped, steel framed racks. And that's the tables in this place. There's these 2 desks and then everything else is racking. The closest thing I own to a dining room table, I haven't set up yet, but I have a very large, wood beam worktop, workbench / like, it's kind of designed for outdoor, but I wanted something really sturdy so I could actually do some quite hardcore work on it, and at the same time also clamp cameras and lights and so on to it in a way that it wasn't going to be a problem. So I got something quite beefy. That's the closest thing I've got to an actual table. But that's not set up yet. Its legs are up here. The actual tabletop is downstairs because at the moment, even with, I would need 2 or 3 people to help me get it upstairs because I can't carry it. It's heavy enough that my arm is still not strong enough for that. My bedroom at the moment sits in between 2 wall-to-wall, 2.5 meter tall garage storage racks covered in hobby stuff and servers. That's my bedroom. There's about 1.5 meter sliver down the middle, and my bed is in that sliver. And half the problem with the good NAS being broken and the bad NAS not is that the bad NAS is very noisy, so it has to be turned off every night, whereas the good NAS I could sleep with. Fuck you, Poe. This guy. Ah, I got an idea. I got a plan. Yes, it absolutely did. 10.5 gigs, straight up to using 31.5 gigs of RAM, even with only those browsers open, because it's probably got some secondary programs that are also using RAM. 100%. I don't think necessarily that was the problem, but it's certainly not gonna help, because for you, now add OBS on top, and what do you got left? Well, nothing. There's nothing in the tank for OBS. No. I'm much more evil than that. Wasted Space casts moderator privileges. It was very effective. If you're very nice for the period of 1 week starting from now, I will allow you to appeal for removal of said privileges. Yeah, I mean, I'm always down for a bit of chaos as well. Hey, Flame. The Rim has been a bit distracted today. We're currently in a pause period because Poe is currently Googling or looking up the various things he can do, having been given moderator privileges, to see exactly how he can get back at me. And if there's anything in there that allows him to do it in a way that is interesting and yet appropriate. At the very least, there's some planning involved. I mean, or he's doing something that is entirely Poe. GG, man. I have a lot of respect for the fact that every time you're doing anything, you are currently in the middle of doing some DIY shenanigans that sounds partly bloody mindedness. I approve.
Yeah, well then it's just fair game because they're not people.
I know, Poe, don't worry. I know. I like it because you're like my dad, but actually competent. And don't do stupid stuff. Like, what you're trying to do is relatively interesting. Instead of dumb. It's nice to see someone doing these things because they're cheap and actually, at the end of it, what they're doing makes some sense. And isn't done badly. And then, of course, we actually thinking about it, there's enough stories of isn't done as badly as my dad would do it. Svetlana, can you please just not be so angry? No, it's not like that. But like, Poe does stuff that is like stuff that I'd like to do, but I don't have the confidence to do myself. He does a whole bunch of stuff, like some of the car maintenance, etc. is stuff like I'd like to do that, but I've never actually felt confident enough to give it a go, and I should do. But you know, so there's a certain respect for going and doing these stuff that, like, thankfully my father never attempts because he would clown show it. But he's also it would never cross his mind. Should probably get some EMP grenades when I get the chance. Slightly amuses me that a riding mower is still using tubed tyres. I suppose it's cheap. Alright, I think we're as close to as happy as these guys are going to get, and we're still at low on the droner. So I think we might need to go down and actually deal with this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Understood. Let's get moving, folks. Liltan, Big Face, don't even bother coming down. I think you're both a liability at this point. The Fool, you stay back at home. Right. You know, I might... Yeah. No, it's going to have to be over here. I've kind of forced myself into that position. Fuck this. This is taking too long. They are having none of it. Yep. I think you guys are right. I think this is a failed run. That's not great. I can't afford to wait around. They're driving the men nuts. I only came back because they'd driven them so... We'd been around so long that I needed to give them a break. Little Town's dead. The fool with medical skill 13 failed on the hard stack twice, and that's Little Town dead. That's not great. I'm not gonna lie, he was a bit of a pain in the ass. But that's not great. This also changes our requirements because people are now going to get even more mad. I have to get down there and deal with this now. There is no later anymore. I need to take anybody who is even vaguely in a good mood, and I need to get them down there. Because they've just all got the debuff for colonists died. As well. If I want the males to continue being useful, I think. Yeah, well, Chef was, like 87, so it does make some sense. I'm going to give it a bit, actually. There's 4 scythers and a bunch of other stuff. Hmm. Rip, you block.
Steve walks slowly down the street with the brim pulled way down low. Ain't no sound but the sound of his feet. Machine guns ready to go. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat? Out of the doorway the bullets rip to the sound of the beat. Oh, another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust, and another one gone, and another one gone, another one bites the dust. Hey, I'm gonna get you too. Another one bites the dust. Oh, how do you think I'm gonna get along without you when you're gone? You took me for everything that I had.
Dragonbox is a machine.
Are you happy? Oh, are you satisfied? How long can you stand the heat? Out of the doorway, the bullets rip to the sound of the beat. Look out! Oh, another one bites the dust.
And if anyone's wondering who this particular cover is by, it's Populous, of course. And we had a good another one bites the dust. Appropriate. +5 mood, which, if I'm not mistaken, makes up nicely for the -3 mood of Colonist Died. Sorry, Little Ten. You did, but everyone had a good time from it. So, apparently. Ow. We gotta go tomorrow. There is no choice. We might actually have to go now. Everyone's in pretty good mood. Oh, no, we do 100% have to go now. We're out of food. Right, time to move, everybody. The original two cooks. Leltan was an extra, but was not massively useful because I spent most of the time upon arrival dealing with the fact that they were 87. It's a bit harsh. I'm sorry, Leltan. Time to die, little Yes.
joins the crew.
Okay. Thank you, Flight Master. Appreciate the subscription. Alright, make sure we're food covered because toxic fallout is going to mess us up. But it will also keep us safe from most raids, because most raids will avoid jumping in during toxic fallout. Yep, the mail drone is dealt with. Now we just need to deal with the fact that some people are starving. And Sepp has gained cataract in both eyes. Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, DB did just become pregnant for the third time. Correct. Oh, Mr. Canada has got a psychoid addiction. Nice. How helpful. Oh yeah, I've got these meal bills set to not allow meat. Hang on. RimWorld trap. No insect meat or human meat, thank you very much. Get out of here. We need some meals, stat. Alright, thank God. That was almost dangerous. Alright, we're going to get rid of some low requirement stuff, and then at the very least buy ourselves some food. These guys have a lot of meat. Everybody stay inside. Svetlana, I meant, when I said stay inside, I meant inside. Thank you. And we are in need of sending some folks to death rest. We're going to send the Fool and Svetlana together because right now there is nothing they can do planting wise. There are two planting and growing people. Fool's also a doctor, but yeah. While we're in this position, under toxic fallout, not a bad time to send those guys away for a bit. And then now we're where we are, let's sort these whole priorities back out again. What's going on with research? Cooking is what's going on with research. Both the people that are researchers are also the chefs. And this is the problem with losing the chef. Hopefully we can raise one of the kids to be useful. Oh god, he starts at growth tier 1 at 12 when we got him. That sucks. He's not going to get any traits really for this last one. He's just going to sit there with Wimp. We get one more and what we get won't be great. Out of hemogen is due to the fact that people just haven't been having time to warden. We have been fighting pretty non-stop. Max should now be once we... Oh, actually our schedule is also set like this, so... Oh, melee lessons for November. And Big Face is just watching. And gaining social very slowly. No, I think Big Face is destined to be a hauler. And not much else. But someone who just hauls and cleans has still got some value. Blood and dust. Well, he's also a wimp, so he's not got a huge amount of purpose otherwise, if that makes sense. Because there is toxic fallout outside. And I don't want them going outside right now. It's killing all the plants. There's nothing they can really do out there. We killed the big animals that were around to get ourselves as much food as possible. So, yeah. Now we're waiting out the toxic fallout. At the very least, toxic fallout. Oh, we did actually get the third geo done, so we're relatively well set in here, at least for making sure everywhere has a nice temperature and potentially like this sandstone with hex down the middle. It's gonna be, the hallways are gonna be a big open area, and I would rather them be non-flammable. I might replace the hex with fine tiles in the long run, perhaps. But they like the hex because it's Archotech style surroundings, so. Alright, while we're waiting, we should also make sure we've got some queued up builds to keep folks equipped. And we should double check who we've got set to art. It's just Mr. Canada. Is there anyone else we can give some art duties to? Because I don't mind if it's bad. Big face. Become the art maestro we need. Oh, also, I'm being an idiot, and I need to expand Safe Like Avi to actually include the area we're moving into. And this bit here. That's part of the problem. Food's going to remain being a problem for a bit. Cass killed off a lot of crops with this. And the cold snap before it. Like, we're alright for now. Just about. But, yeah. Not for that long. Mushroom farm might not be a bad idea. I don't know what my guys think of mushrooms. Hang on. Despised. Although we do have the reform button open, so, you know. Doesn't have to be despised. They don't mind eating Nutri-Paste, which is worth noting. In fact, it's not just worth noting, it's worth adapting for immediately. We are not getting any mood benefit from simple meals. We should be using Nutri-Paste. It's going to piss off the humans, I think. No, there are everyone's our ideologian except for this dude. And your thought is disgusting. Well, you know what? You can have that because I need you to be angry for a bit so we can convert you because you're actually a bit of a pain in the ass with your orco-manism. So is it reform IDO time? I can't. It's fluid audio, and I can't add an extra one. It changes it, I think. Ignore me. Unlimited spouses, I don't know, like, that seems a bit cheaty. Even Tunneler seems a bit strong. So they're just going to prefer to be indoors. Well, this gives me a chance to rename this stuff as well. Yeah, some of our stuff we forgot to name, namely the roles. We should fix these. It was 2 S's, if I remember rightly. Mushrooms are balanced in that you need a ton of space to grow them. Also, this is a reward you have earned over time. It should feel like an upgrade. But that is a fair point, Took. It does mean caravans will be more of a pain, but they have learned to hate the sun, which sort of makes sense. They're vampires, for fuck's sake. Why didn't they hate the sun to begin with? We don't know. Right, I'm back in a second, folks. I need to go and stick the oven on. Gig tomorrow. Lightning pending. So I also cannot stay up that late tonight. So I've got about an hour left in me. Might as well prep for dinner. No, we had a name before. I can't remember what it was. What was our previous name for this? I cannot remember. Yeah, I'm blanking too. That one. Ah, yes, of course. Thank you. Preferred xenotype might be a bit strong. I slightly regret now selling all of our insect meat to the last trader. I do. Interesting. It is here, Nicholas. You're correct. Errors. Errors were made. I know it will. You see what you can't do with a research bench. You know what's missing? The ability to move it. So, the research bench lives where it is, and eventually this room will be cut out to the scale where I can use it as a production room, half storage. Or maybe I make this the production room, and that's full storage. Either way, one of the two, but it needs to move. It just has to wait. And Wasted had to make this a grand statue. So, how long is it going to be before we get rid of this debuff for not having a carving of Earth? A very long time. Go for it, Took. What you got planning wise? Talking about planning info for the Nutrifungus farm. Yeah, I've got some ideas myself, including location. So if the kitchen is going to remain here, then maybe that actually changes things. Maybe we end up with a Nutrifungus farm this area, or if it needs to be very large, then maybe up here. And we move the kitchen in the long run. Especially if we're going to be eating both bugs and Nutri-Paste. This kitchen is not suitable. Yep. No, I made it. I regret having picked it to be a grand statue because it's going to take 1,800 work. And we don't even have an artist even vaguely worth their soul. And that 1,800 work is massive for art. Pennyworth, why do you assume that I have any control over what adverts are played on my stream? What time zone is it in Korea at the moment? Maybe that's why you're getting Korean adverts? I don't know. You using a VPN? Because I am Lord and Master of my realm. I wish that were the case. I am 100% not that. Unfortunately. Twitch is not big on people being lord and master of their realm. Yeah, but the Grand Statue is giving everybody a permanent -4 debuff, all the while they don't have one. So, you know, there's a reason I'm doing it. I'm seeing some nice little changes in how integrations worked, Pennyworth. I'm playing with relatively limited mods. Same reason you suggested, that most weren't updated when the expansion came out. I mean, some were. A surprisingly large amount already were, to be honest. But still plenty of mods that are falling behind a bit. So I went in relatively shallow, and I'm enjoying it. I'm obviously didn't dive directly into the new content because I get that it's an entirely new way to play, but I'm quite interested to see what it looks like from not new way to play perspective. But how does this stuff integrate with actual RimWorld? You know, not special start RimWorld. Oh my god, they'll give me a Persona core? Or an Organ and an Arc. Oh, hello. We need to pay attention to that. But first, we need to pay attention to an infestation in the same place it always is, which is nice and convenient. Most people are awake and up. Insect meat. We're going to need to set up 2 different meal setups, aren't we? One for... Actually, no, yeah, well, unless we ignore the fact that there's one person in the colony that's a bit of a douche and hasn't joined over, and use the meals as a way... Yeah, we should use the meals as a way of converting him. You're eating insect meat, my friend. Well, there were bugs in the water room. They are now deaded. Should probably do all of them rather than just some. Ah, toxic shenanigans is over. There is a nest still in the water room. Congratulations, kiddo. Hope you had fun. So we can stop that research now. And as you say, Mr. Canada should be on art, not research. Although, is he the... No, he is the right choice for that. Unfortunately, we need him on cooking as well at the moment, so we can't actually just abandon that shenanigans. It's a very good job we just became able to put insect meat into meals, because otherwise things would be much more awkward right now. Really, Pennyworth? That very much surprises me. What causes mountain nests to spawn is they will just spawn as soon as you are under overhead mountain, like it says in the bottom left there. That is when you are in potential for infestation to happen. Although it depends when you last played. Infestation was something that didn't originally exist. It's one of the things Tynan changed to try and, well, stop building underground being such a mater. We are underground on this map mostly because, well, look at the map. If we weren't underground, then we would take up the entirety of this space that isn't underground, and then where would I grow? And every enemy attacks down weird corridors. I mean, that would be kind of cool. You know, we'd taken up the middle area and everything just has to attack down these paths, but maybe we'll try that in the long run. But for now, we are under the ground because most of this map is under the ground. Where is it? Where is the washing machine? Under recreation, of course. Holiday. Passion in... Medical, maybe? With the social skill? And then go psychically dull to make sure the medic's not suffering like everyone else is. Or we end up in a similar situation to where we were in. Other option would be Night Owl, but... Yeah, we are low food. We are indeed. In the meanwhile, entirely sanctioned animal murder. The hell? Oh, it had been here the entire time. It had toxic buildup. Thankfully, the alpacas didn't. Yeah, I'd hoped that they would spawn up here. And I might still be able to make this like a bug farming little vault in the long run. But as it stands, they want to spawn in this room consistently, and I'm okay with that, because as long as it's consistent. I lost 1 point. We lost Lilatan to a heart attack. Because Lilatan was 87. And as such, I declare that somebody else's problem. Exposed to air just means the block's been removed. That's all it means. There's a doomsday launcher in there, at the very least. Surprise, motherfuckers. This is one of these times. Shame I just killed all the big stuff on the map, but They are shooting the hell out of each other. We might even get the guy with the bio-coded launcher to shoot at an animal. Right, and now we need to be ready. Well, we did get the Doomsday rocket launcher to fire, I'm pretty sure. They used it to blow themselves up. Yeah. Yep, we baited the Doomsday out, which was the important part. Now it is time for us to prep and send folks out. Now go home and tell your friends about it. And explain to them how they don't want to come back. But no, he won't die from the blood loss. He's been healed. I coagulated him. I sucked his blood and then coagulated him. He'll be fine. He's got blood loss, but he'll sleep there and then he'll get up and he'll be fucked up and he'll walk off the map. The only thing that might kill him now is an infection. No, not blood bag. I don't need him. I got 6 blood bags. For this number of colonists, that should be fine. Whoops. No, most of those animals died, and that's going to be good for me, because we can go and pick up the corpses. Because it wasn't Scaria that drove them mad. That one's rotting because it was out in the shenanigans too long. Oh god, that confused me for a second. I thought Svetlana was lying on the floor. But no, Svetlana's just carrying a much bigger pawn. We probably want to adjust a few people to cleaning priority at this point. The place is looking a bit of a mess. Holiday's learning how to plant. This colony is so vulnerable to food shortage. It is scary. That is definitely something we need to sort out in the long run somehow. And I mean, maybe insect farming is the answer. If I can... I've set up this room up here. If I can find a way of encouraging the insects to spawn somewhere I want, reliably, then we might be onto a winner. Yeah, he's down to blood loss minor. He's gonna get up. Yeah, I haven't built the orbital trade thing yet because it sort of opens you up to a whole new realm of thing. It changes how the game works. You'll stop getting normal trade caravans once you build this. And normal trade caravans can have their uses. Probably not enough food. Will they not eat the insect meat meals? Yeah, they won't eat the insect meals. But hey, that is a problem for another day, because now is a time for Mr. Wasted to go and get himself some food and go to bed. And I know it is... My ideology doesn't, but theirs might. My ideology is fine with insect meat, but these guys aren't all my ideology. Oh no, they actually are. Weird. Maybe I've got it set in my food policies to not allow insect meat in meals. You can't really do that. Aha. Done. Big Face apparently lost their left lung during all of that. Yes, right. That problem is mostly solved. No problem lingering. I would rather start a new session with that not looming, because I might forget it and then it wouldn't take long for it to all fall over. So we are where we are. Low hemogen is definitely a problem. We have a lot of amps. But we can start stealing blood from our own colonists if need be again. But we might need to expand the prison too. But we also need to get through... We need to find a solution to Cass's... Oh, by the way, you don't have food anymore. And that means building an underground mushroom farm. Coming soon, DM. Mushroom and insect meat. Nom nom nom. Everyone's favorite. But with that, I will wish you adieu. I have to go and play music in the rain tomorrow. So we will be ending early, and I will make up for it tomorrow night. Although expect me to be live early as well. And I see a Bree live playing some RimWorld. Ooh, or no, I see an Avi live playing some. We gotta send you to the CERN. Avi the CERN. You can go and tell him he's bad for me. I need to go, so I'm gonna rely on you folks to just remind Avi that he's gonna wipe his colony soon. It's coming. No, give him as best advice as you can. He's not gonna listen to it, but at least try. And I will see you all tomorrow night, folks. Have a good one. Look after each other. Be kind. And until next time, waves a hands also.